Friday. When was I checking? Oh, that's why. I'm blind. Yeah, may kan ka na ni kitchen as well. Sila kalahan wari. Niya. No, kadi alas duriyay salam of my mom tumyal. I'm 5 minutes. I look like I'm in the school instead of giving school. Okay. Mm-mm. I'm now suspicious. Suspicious. If it's actually working, or if they're normally a couple of minutes late. Who's that? Ikan apa? You see, this is garbage. It's just gonna change the link. Like, this is stupid. Copy invitation link. I don't like bullcrap. I don't like bullcrap, so I hope that helps. Oh, there we go. Joy. Joy. Okay. Down. Morning. Morning, morning.
Alright,
Morning. How are you guys today?
fine.
I'm good, thank you. How are you, Savannah?
I'm also fine, thank you.
Okay. And how was your weekend? Was it fine? How was the
Was it?
weekend, guys? Was it just fine? Was it just boring?
Mine was good. I celebrated my birthday over the weekend.
Oh, wow. How old are you?
16.
16. Nice. Gosh, I wish I could go back to being 16. But anyway, I'm glad you guys had a nice weekend and happy belated birthday, Savannah. I see Ngweli is not here today, so I'm not sure if he's going to come or not. Morning, teacher Jaya. I'm not sure if you're there. Okay, but for today, actually, before we begin, I think we should get to know each other just so we can be a little less nervous. So, is there anything that you would like to know about me, Daniel or Savannah?
Yes.
Yes? Daniel, you were saying?
I didn't say.
Oh, such silence as the grave goes. So today I was thinking for English, Daniel and Ingweli would do figurative language. And Savannah, have you already done figurative language?
I think I've touched on it, yeah.
Yeah, so on all the subjects in figurative language, or just like the metaphor, personification, and all that?
Ma'am, I think I've done most of them.
Most of them. Okay, so it's
I'm
a
not
good thing
sure if there's more than I've done. I'm not sure what all of them are.
Okay, we'll go over them and then we'll see if you've done all of them, like onomatopoeia, things as such. But I have set a separate lesson for you aside, something that I think would be more fitting for your level. So yours will be a balanced argument. I don't know if you've touched on that before.
Ma'am, would that be like debating?
Yes, like debating. Okay, so we'll start with Daniel and then we'll see how far you've gotten, Savannah, and then we'll just go into your lesson as we go. So let me just start my screen, share my screen. Share. Can we see it? Can we all see it? Are we all included? Ready to go? Great. So it's all about figurative language, which is metaphor, personifications, hyperbole, and similes. Let's see. So here we'll learn about only the 4 main figurative languages, and then we can go into onomatopoeia and a bunch of them later. I don't want to overwhelm your brains today and make you struggle. So then we'll just skip over to Savannah's lesson. So Daniel, do you know anything about figurative language, such as similes, metaphors, personifications, anything?
I have done it before, but I can't really remember.
Oh, that's no problem. No problem if you haven't
Yeah.
done it. We can go we can go over it one more time. Figurative
Okay.
language is a way of using words to compare something to something else beyond a literal meaning. So it's like when you say, I've told you to clean your room 1,000,000 times, or she's as fast as lightning. So one of the figurative languages, or why we use figurative languages, can you all guess why we use figurative languages? Daniel, can you take a guess why we use figurative language? Any guess, don't worry. No question, no answer is wrong. No answer is wrong. No answer is...
To compare things.
To compare things. That's a good answer. That is also a good answer. Most of the time, it is to exaggerate something. So we can say, like when I say, Daniel is a fast runner. That's a very boring sentence. But if I switch it to Daniel runs as fast as lightning, that would be, okay, Savannah's having problems with her Wi-Fi. We'll just wait for her to come back. Daniel runs as fast as lightning. That is just to express and make it more, to bring more emphasis to it. Okay, figurative language makes our writing more interesting. It makes our writing and our dialogue more interesting. It helps the writer create a mental picture. So if you're reading a book and they say he ran as fast as lightning, you'll know how fast he was going. He was going like as fast as, what's that guy that runs fast? Flash. He was going as fast as Flash. So it sounds like I just said, if you say, we are alike, that's boring. But if we say we are 2 peas in a pod, that's more interesting. Great for following. So there are here in this example, there are 4 types of different figurative language. There are actually many more, but today we'll just focus on these 4. So it is a simile, a metaphor, and personification, as well as a hyperbole. Let's see if we can learn. So a simile compares 2 things by using the word like or as. Like your eyes sparkle like diamonds, and the classroom looked like a tornado had gone through it. I tiptoed as quietly as a mouse. So if you say like or as, it becomes a simile. Can you think of any simile that you can make up? Any simile at all. It only needs to have the word like or as. You can
Your
even use,
sun as a sun.
say it again, come again.
Your eyes shine as like the sun.
Very good. Very good. That is very good. So you can
As
even use as the sun.
Yes.
You can even use Google for it, so it can help your research level go up. So yeah, let me see if I can think of one. Let's see if I can think of one. She was as loud as a siren. So because it has as in it, it becomes, oh, Savannah's back. 1 second. See if she comes in. She was as loud as a siren, so that becomes a simile because it has like or as in it. Let's go to a metaphor. After, wow, my internet is failing me. Thank you. I'm getting infected by Savannah's internet. So my internet is also failing me. Okay, moving on to a metaphor. A metaphor compares one thing to another without using like or as. So if I say like or as in something, it's a simile, but if I use like or as, it can't be a metaphor. So laughter is like music. Laughter is music for the soul. You are my sunshine. These ideas are food for thought. So let's see, Savannah, can you give me a metaphor? Any metaphor?
She
And Daniel, you can also think of a good metaphor.
she is an angel.
Yes, that is a metaphor. She's an angel. Daniel, you can also think of a metaphor that we can use. Any metaphor. It doesn't have to be extravagant.
the food is delicious.
Almost, but it has to compare to something else. See, a metaphor compares one thing to another without using like or as. Let's see if we can use our good friend Google, google.com, to help us so that you can maybe understand it better. There we go. So let's use this one, for example, Daniel. Similes. Her heart is like gold, but a metaphor does not have like or as, so we say her heart is gold. Her heart is made of gold. So that is a metaphor, and a simile uses like or as. So the world is like a stage. All we do is remove like, and the world is a stage, which makes it, the world is a stage, which makes it a metaphor. So something like that. Let me see if I could think of a random one that they usually use in these movies. See if I can think of a random one. Let's see. My school is like a zoo, or he is like a hog. You are the light of my life, or You are the sunshine to my soul. That is an unnecessary, only overly exaggerated metaphor. Let's see if we can go on. Okay, personification. Personification gives human qualities to animals, unliving things, objects, or ideas. Savannah, can you think of a personification?
Ma'am, something like the trees danced in the wind.
That's very good. That's actually excellent. The trees dance in the wind is very good, especially when writing. And I remember one, I was watching Beauty and the Beast with my little niece, and it was the old cartoon one, and that candle guy said something that was a personification. He told Belle to try the gray stuff. It's delicious. Don't believe me? Ask the dishes. Now, I don't know if dishes talk in your house, but they don't talk in mine. So that is a personification. When you ask something that's non-living to give you an opinion on something. So asking the dishes that's like a personification. The sky, the stars danced in the sky, in the jungle. The lions sing tonight. That's Lion King. The cake is calling my name. Since cake can't talk, it can't really call your name. So that's when you give inanimate objects life, so to speak. Daniel, are you following? Are you with me?
Yes.
Great. That's great. Great job. And then we'll come to a hyperbole. A hyperbole is an obvious exaggeration to make a point. Daniel, can you give me a hyperbole? An obvious exaggeration of something that's very obvious. Anything. You can even use our old friend Google. Don't worry. I'll try Savannah. Savannah, can you give me an explanation of hyperbole?
Ma'am, something like I'm so tired I could die, or something
Very
like that.
true. Very true. I'm so tired I could die. So one could actually die of exhaustion, but we are going to ignore that literal point. Yes, Daniel?
My feet are killing me.
True, true. Your feet can, in fact, not kill. Oh, well, medically. But your feet in normal days won't regularly kill you. But that is the examples of a hyperbole. So before we move on, can any of you guess what an onomatopoeia is? Yes, Savannah?
Ma'am, an onomatopoeia is basically a sound written out like boom or crash or something.
That's true. So, Daniel, an onomatopoeia is, I don't know if you've read comic books before, but they're very common in comic books. So that's when they write out the word boom or he zapped by, and they write it really big to give the action a sound. So that is an onomatopoeia. Let's see, because they didn't write everything down here, so I had to write something down. How about an oxymoron? Can we guess what an oxymoron is? My students are as silent as the grave when it comes to oxymorons. Anybody knows what an oxymoron is? Let's see. See if we can audio cardio to that. See, it was actually
Ma'am,
really.
is an oxymoron like the contradictions?
Yes, it is in fact a contradiction. I'm trying to look for that really famous. There we go. The really famous one from Romeo and Juliet. There was a line. They said something in Juliet, the script writing. They said in Romeo and Juliet that parting is such sweet sorrow. So that is a contradiction, it being sweet and it being sorrowful in the same sentence. So that is an oxymoron. But Daniel, I won't give you as much today. I did upload your worksheet for you on Google Classroom. Not sure if you can see it. Once I can't. Let me try to open this window. Oh, Lord help me. As I try to figure out how to make my screen full again. There we go. Okay, so Daniel, you have the English classroom link, right?
Yes, I'm already in.
Yes. So you can just get your worksheet from there, and then I'll go through it with you. And then Savannah, let me just send you all yours. I didn't put it up because I wasn't sure if you had gone over debating or such. Let me just upload yours as well. One beautiful second. All students, no, Savannah, and load. Checklist. Da, 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 da. Oh, Ingweli is here. Savannah, I'm going to checklist. Fine. Hello, Ingweli. Hello, hello, hello. Very late, but he did arrive, so we it doesn't matter. How was your weekend?
Good.
Was it good? What did you do?
I was just like playing, and I also washed some dishes.
You washed some dishes or you watched?
Wash.
Oh, you washed. Great, great, great. Great hand in the help there. Just 1 second, Ingrid. I'm just trying to find Savannah's thing. Okay. So I don't want to upload everything all at once. Okay. There we go. So I can put these two on for now. And then the one for next turn. One more, Ingrid. I'm gonna get to you in 1 second. Balance. Balance argument. Oh. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay, Savannah, so I did upload yours now. It should be there in a second. Yours is not really a full activity. Yours you'll have to write down because you and I will go up against each other in an argument battle. But worry not, I won't make it a serious battle. I think we can choose a topic that's very silly to see how our debating skills will last for and against each other. So one before I get to you, Savannah, because yours is quite long, let me explain to Ingweli what is happening in this class for him today. See, just this one is fine. Share. So I can show what's happening. Here we go. So in Gweli, we are learning, you and Daniel and partially Savannah are learning figurative languages. So figurative languages make your writing or your dialogue more interesting. So it creates a mental picture for you in your mind. So if I say to you, Ingweli runs fast, that's very boring. So instead, I will say Ingweli runs as fast as lightning. That makes it more interesting. So we will look at 4 different figures of speech today, and it is simile, metaphor, personification, and a hyperbole. So a simile compares 2 things by using like or as. Your eyes sparkle like diamonds. Ingweli is as smart as Einstein. Things like that. So let's see. And a metaphor compares one thing without using like or as. Your laughter is music for the soul. Let's see if I can think of one personalized one for you. My brain has left me for a second. But anyway, the point is it's a metaphor, does not use like or as. So are you following in, Gweli? Are you following? That's great. That's great. So I'll send you and Daniel this so that you can do your worksheet. I did upload it on Google Classroom for you. It is there. And a personification gives non-living objects or ideas or animals a humanized feeling. So if you say the cake is calling my name, or my dog speaks to me, or I understand my dog, that is a personification. Or your dishes that are talking in your house, that is also a personification. I'll send it to you. And then don't worry if you don't understand, I will get back to you. I just have to help Savannah with hers before we go. And the hyperbole is an obvious exaggeration of a point. So saying she knows everything about math, that's a hyperbole. Or you are the best teacher in the entire universe. I would say that to myself, but clearly I would know that is a hyperbole. But moving on. So my hands are cold as ice. That is also a hyperbole. So Ingweli, I did load your worksheet on Google Classroom. Let me just put this PowerPoint there for you and Daniel. Don't have to add Savannah. So that you can understand. Don't worry if you don't understand it now. I will get back to you. Just need to help Savannah. Documents. Here we go. Here we go. One day when it, there we go. Just move this out of the way. It's today. 23rd/10/23. So it should be up for Daniel and Ingweli. Stop sharing screen. Okay, Savannah, let's move on to you. Let me just start sharing my screen. 1 second. So for Ingweli and Daniel, you can mute me if you'd like, because what I'll give Savannah is what I'll give you to later on. Don't worry. So I don't want to be disturbing you while you're doing your activities or reading through the PowerPoint, so you can mute me if you'd like. Don't worry. Share screen. There we go. Share. Okay, Savannah. So today we are in debate class. and we'll learn about writing a balanced argument. What do you think makes a balanced argument?
Ma'am, when both sides of the argument have like very opposing views, but you also try to understand the other person's views.
Very true, very true. And what do you think both for and against should have? There's like one thing that they should.
Ma'am, evidence backing their perspectives.
Evidence. So if I told you that let me see, people who wear glasses are smarter, and I had no evidence to that, would that be a balanced argument?
No, ma'am.
No, exactly. So let's move on. There we go. You can read that entire thing for me. I don't want to read it for you because then I'll be the only one speaking.
Ma'am, would I have to read it out loud or can I just read it to myself?
No, you can read it to yourself. Don't worry.
Okay, ma'am.
You can just tell me when you're done there and then we can move forward.
Ma'am, I'm done reading.
Okay, let's move forward. So, a good argument needs an introduction, opposite views for and against, supporting evidence, and concluding the paragraph. So that's when you're ending it off. So it needs casual conjunctions. What do you think a casual conjunction is?
Ma'am, I'm not actually sure.
So a casual conjunction is when you end off your argument by saying in result of, or because of, as a result, or despite the evidence. So that's a casual conjunction. So let me see if I can prove it to you there. There we go. So these are casual conjunctions. Although, as a result of, because, despite, due to. So if I ended off my argument saying, due to the fact that many people already perceive people who wear glasses smarter, this is my reason for believing that it is true. So that's only if I end off my argument with a conjunction. If I just say, and that is why I believe my point of view is true, that is not really a balanced argument. I'm just saying why I believe that is true. So, and adverbials. Are we following as to what an adverbial is?
Ma'am, I think I've forgotten because I've heard of them before, but I think I've just forgot.
No problem, no problem. 1 sec. Let me get it for you. I want to get you a firm understanding. My thing can just stop loading. There we go, there we go. So an adverbial, a word or phrase functioning as a major clause constituent and typically expressing a place, a time, or in a manner. So let me see. If I bear evidence to you and I said in 1995 in May at noon, that would be an adverbial because I am describing to you the time and in what month it was. And if I sat there strangely or talking loudly, that would be an adverbial. I actually had a different one. I just can't think of it now. It's like saying the word beautifully, but you use it in a full sentence. That would be an adverbial. So ending off your conclusion with a casual conjunction or adverbials is how you keep a balanced argument. And then finally, it has to be written in third person, except for your final part, except for your conclusion, everything has to be written in third person. So you have to remove yourself from the argument and stop saying, because I think. Because you think does not make it true. That's just because you think. You need evidence. But except for the last part, you can say, because of all the evidence that I have gathered, this is why my point is true. Okay, it has to be written using formal and technical languages. Daniel and Ngueli, are you still doing fine? Okay, great job. Good job. Okay, here's a little example. Should homework be banned? Let's take a look at the example. You may already have your opinion on whether Ngueli already thinks homework should be banned. He doesn't like homework. You may already have your decisions on whether homework should be banned or not. So, Savannah, you can read that for yourself and then tell me when you're done, and then we can go up against each other. I'm just gonna have a break at 9:30.
And I finished reading.
Okay.
And I'm finished.
Daniel and Willie, you can let me know when you're done so that I can help you. Oh, and Daniel and Willie, I'm gonna upload a video. I'm not sure if I can upload videos on Google Classroom. For you to find the 4 figures of speech in said video. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Savannah. I totally forgot that I was screen recording.
And I'm finished again.
Okay. With all the information that you have gathered, are you for or against having homework banned?
Ma'am, I would say against because I think that it helps, but like with the conclusion that they came to in this argument, I'd say set less, especially because for a lot of schools they have compulsory sports clubs and other activities, so then you just don't have time for all the homework.
Very good. That was a very good at seeing both points of view and both evidence that they gathered as to why they think homework should be banned and why homework shouldn't be banned. Let's see. Now, here you can write a balanced, or I would like you to write a balanced argument. We're not going to pick one of these arguments here as I think that won't be relevant to us. I'm actually going to make you pick the subject. So you can pick whether you are for or whether you're against, and in the spot, I will try to come up against you in whatever you choose. So just take a moment to think about what you'll argue against, and then you can gather your information and your evidence and then I'll see you in court. So we'll take
wait,
a
ma'am,
break.
so like any argument or one of these ones?
Not one of these ones. Anyone that
Oh,
is particular to you, anyone that you are interested in. And then it'll be fair because I've seen this already. So then it'll be fair for both of us. So then I can come up with my evidence and then you can come up with your evidence. And then you can present it to me after a break, which we'll take at 9:30. And then I'll see you in court and we'll see who wins. You'll just let me know before we leave what our subject is. And then back to Ingweli and Daniel. As I so rudely just interrupted Savannah and her reading, let me see if I can upload the video that I was talking about for you. If I can find it. Ah, miracles. If this is the right one. Copy. Let's see if this is the right one. Got a million tabs open. Paste. No, it is in fact not the right one. Let me see if I can find the right one. I did bookmark it somewhere. So I'll try to paste it. Marks. There we go. Copy. Classroom. Let me see. Not sure if I can upload this video here, but we're gonna give it a try anyway. Paste. Okay, so I'm gonna paste it as a comment, Daniel and Ingwili. Just let me know if you can go through. And then in this video, it is a Disney video, I think. You'll get similes, metaphors, personifications, and hyperboles. So they will show you before the segment of the video starts which category it is, but you'll just have to write down which you think is the simile, which you think is the metaphor, and what you think is the personification.
Ma'am,
Yes, Ingrid.
can I blow my nose?
Yes, you may. You may. You may not sit here with a blocked nose. There, I added it as a comment. So, Savannah, have you chosen your subject? Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I was wondering if we could do one because I had a friend that did debate and she did this about a couple months ago and said it was very interesting. Should zoos be banned?
Okay. So would you choose to be for or against this topic?
For, please, ma'am.
For. Okay, then I'll be against it. And then I'll see you when we get back. Should zoos be banned? Okay. Okay, before we mosey our way on to break, I don't know where Ingweli went. I do have a personal project for all of you, and this is a book review. So please do tell me if I'm overwhelming you with information. I will try to stop it. This does require me to know an interest that you have. So something that interests you so that I can pick the right book. You can review it and then I can tell you how to review it so that it's not just some old review. So Daniel, can you tell me what you're interested in? Anything you're interested in?
I like cars.
Cars.
Yeah.
Okay, Daniel likes cars, so I'll pick something in that field. Cars. Savannah, your interest?
Ma'am, I really like insects.
Insects. Oh my God, I forgot the study of it. What was it called? I forgot the study of insects.
Entomology.
Entomology. There it is. Entomology. I'll try to pick something. Guys, I used to work in a bookstore, so hence my knowledge of many a book. I'm trying to think of the National Geographic side of where they kept that books for Savannah. And then in Gweli, what are you interested in?
Cars and video games.
Video games. So we'll go for video games for Ingweli. And then I'll find a book and then we can write a book review. Actually, Ingweli, for you, you don't have to read a book. I'll pick a game, a video game for you to review. And then you can come give me your honest opinion of said video game. Video games. Then you'll write a in-depth review for me, Ingweli, about this. What video game is your favorite so that I can know what not to choose?
It's like Fortnite and
Fortnite,
some
okay.
car games.
Some card games. So it's in the realm of like Fortnite, Minecraft things, and hush. If only I didn't play such violent games, I would know what is appropriate. Okay, book review. This is for you guys. It's book review. Book review. Ingrid, are you still okay with the worksheet that you have? And
Yeah.
can Daniel and Ingrid, can you see the video that I commented on Google Classroom? There's a video there. Daniel, can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, so then you'll just find the 4 figures of speech there. Since we'll come back, we'll have a break now and then come back at 10:15. Or is that too short? I'm gonna kill you guys with my information. No, that's right. 10:15. So that is the time that we will commence our lesson again. Let me see if I can write it down somewhere. We have to go through all this garbage. 10. What a big O. 15. Okay, so that is the time that we shall return. I picked that time so that Savannah can have many a good point for her argument. Okay, so you guys can have a break and then come back. We'll see how it goes. I'll go gather evidence for to be against Savannah. See you at that time. Bye, guys.
Okay, bye. What PC do you have?
I used to have, back in the day, I used to have a PlayStation 2, but since that's very old now, I have a PlayStation 4, but I don't normally play it. I try to play online mostly. I play online mostly. So my favorite game,
Fortnite.
I'll try playing it. I'll give it a try. My favorite game is League of Legends. League of Legends. I'm an old person, so it has to be League of Legends. But I'll try Fortnite. I'll try Fortnite for you. Let's see. Welcome back. Welcome back. If I look a little different, I took off my glasses. They're killing my ears. Just wait for Ngwili and Daniel to get back. I will do Ngwili and Daniel's video first, and then you and I can do our argument.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Where are these people? Welcome back, Daniel. Welcome back. Let's wait for Ngwili to arrive. Share. There we go. Okay. Oh my Lord, I have to put it on. I can't see anything. Welcome back, Ngwili. Welcome back. Okay, let's see if you can get it right. Savannah, you can participate if you'd like to, just to make this go a little bit more smoother. Okay, let's see, let's see. Can you guys hear my audio?
No.
No.
No? No? Is it because of the earphones? Or is it because I need to share the audio? 1 second, let me see if it's because of... Oh, no. Hmm. Are you guys sure you can't hear my audio? Hmm. How to fix. Ah. No. Maybe it is because of the earphones. Let me try. Things. How about now? Still no? Oh.
No.
Let me see if it's maybe just error. Are we hearing or no? Can we hear it?
Yes.
I'm just checking. Can we hear? Or am I the only one hearing this?
It's like a little
Yeah.
bit laggy.
It's very soft.
Everything is in 100, so. Apologies. Try to listen clearly.
Now can hear.
And where do we think the simile lies? In which sentence that he sang was the simile in? Let me take a wild guess. Is it with all the strength of a raging fire, or mysterious as the dark side of the moon? Remember, Daniel and Ngwili, a simile is a thing that compares that compares one thing to another by using the words like and as. So, is the simile where he said, with all the strength of a raging fire, or mysterious as the dark side of the moon? Do we have any? Yes.
As
Yes, Daniel?
mysterious as.
Yes, that's great. That is the simile. It is as mysterious as the dark side of the moon. Let's go on.
Then come and meet a spectacular for our strongest in regular men, definitely.
Okay, where do we think the simile is still? Where do we think the simile lies? Is it in Prince Ali, only is he Ali Ababwa? Or strong as 10 regular men? Definitely.
Ma'am, simile,
Yes,
then strong as 10 regular men.
that's true. That is very true. Strong as 10 regular men, because it has the word as in it. Hyperbole.
What's that fluffy unicorn?
And which was the hyperbole? Remember, Daniel and Ingwili, a hyperbole is an obvious exaggeration of something. So, which was the hyperbole? Fluffy or it's so fluffy, I'm gonna die?
It's so fluffy, I'm going to die.
Very good, very good. That is the hyperbole. Let's see.
I'm hungry, Mother. I'm hungry. Don't worry, you've just had your dinner. But I am just the same. I'm so hungry I could eat a whole elephant.
And where is the hyperbole there? Yes, Savannah.
Ma'am, I'm so hungry I could eat a whole elephant.
That's true. You are so hungry you could eat a whole elephant. So his brother's giving him a look. Metaphors.
Oh,
Just a little white cloud hovering on that couch. I'm only a little white cloud. Pay no attention to me.
And where is the metaphor there? Is it pay no attention to me? Or which one? It would be too easy if I just said it. Where do we think the metaphor is in that scenario? In that Winnie the Pooh song? I'm just a little cloud. Are people clouds? Or is Winnie the Pooh a cloud?
Light.
No, exactly. So the metaphor is I'm just a little black rain cloud. Let's see.
Let me take your order, jot it down. You never been like me. Where is your restaurant? And the deal.
Where's the metaphor there? Is it in life is your restaurant and I'm your maid d, or you ain't never had a friend like me?
it never had a friend like me.
Good try, but not quite. Can we guess something else? See, you ain't never had a friend like me has the word like in it. Therefore, it cannot be a metaphor. So, what do we think?
Ma'am, it's the first one.
That's
Life's a
right.
restaurant and I'm your menu.
That is right. Life is a restaurant and I'm your maid d. Because is life a figurative or a literal restaurant? No. We get served what we deserve. Okay, personification.
Why, we all
The irony.
to serve. Try the gray stuff. It's delicious. You don't believe me? Ask the pigeons. They got silver, they got dance, but all
This is France. And where do we think the personification is there? I remember mentioning this morning. Remember? Yes, Daniel?
Are the dishes talk?
That's right. Ask the dishes. And since dishes don't really talk, that is the personification. Ask the dishes. The dishes don't talk.
And the dinner here is never second best. A shining new era is tiptoeing nearer. And where do we reach? Just this season teacher.
Where do we think the personification is there? Can we take wild guesses? Is it a shiny new era is tiptoeing nearer? Or is it just listen to teacher? Which one do we think? Can a shiny new era literally tiptoe nearer? Or can you listen to teacher?
It's the first one.
That is correct. A shiny new era is in fact tiptoeing nearer. That is the personification because it is a non-living object or an idea. So a shiny new era is an idea, not a literal physical thing. Let's go. So we did not cover this one in the lesson, but can you take a wild guess as to what this one might be? Yes, Savannah.
Ma'am, alliteration is the repetition of a sound at the beginning of a word.
That's true. That is very, very true. Let's see.
Disturbs me to see, yes, Don. Looking so down in the dumps.
Where do we think the alliteration was? I won't tell you.
I couldn't really hear it.
Oh, let me see if I can actually fix my audio. 1 second. See if I can fix internet. Hmm. 1 second. Let me just stop sharing my screen. I'll share it with you in 1 second. We'll have time to think about your answers. Audio settings. Change it to what? I hope this works. Goodness. Let me see now. Can we hear, or is it still quiet?
It's quiet.
Quiet. Try and move this somewhere. I'll try to fix it later so that it could be louder. Okay, the last one, since my computer is failing me. This is for, gosh, I didn't even tell you. This is for onomatopoeia. Remember, onomatopoeia is a word that makes a sound. They have it in comic books. They have it in video games. Almost every book that you read.
A sweet bit as lucky can be. Chim-chimney, chim-chimney, chim-chim-chiroo. Good luck, we're up off when I shake hands with you. Or blow me a kiss. And that's lucky too.
Which one do we think was the onomatopoeia? Yes, Savannah.
Ma'am, I think it was the like sound that he made after he blew the kiss.
Yes, and it could be where he walked in saying chim chimney, since that's not actual words. So chim chimney could be written down as onomatopoeia. Okay, 1 second. Let me close my windows. Daniel and Ingweli, have you finished your activities? Or are you still working? Yes, Al?
I'm nearly done with.
Okay, no problem. And Ingweli, how about you? You still need a little help? Are you still confused?
I'm almost done.
Oh, almost done.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. So while you two do that, Savannah and I can go forth with her debate. Let me see where I put my notes for being for. Okay, so for being against. My apologies. Okay, Savannah, you can go first since this is your subject and you are for.
Okay, ma'am. Argument: should zoos be banned? Zoos are one of the most popular ways for parents to introduce and educate their children about wildlife. However, like most things, zoos also have their downsides. While many people don't want to talk about it, there are some very important questions that should be asked in relation to zoos, such as where these animals come from. The sad reality is that many zoos effectively steal young animals from the wild to have them taken to their new homes, where they will probably spend the rest of their days. On the other side of this argument, the other side of this argument is that taking animals into captivity can actually have positive effects, such as helping repopulate endangered species and helping remove animals from poaching grounds. Although repopulating species in captivity doesn't always work. Because of their small and quite frankly unfit enclosures, animals may become too depressed to mate, and even if they do, because baby animals bring zoos revenue, they will probably never end up being released. However, is this really a bad thing? Zoos have hand-on vets, enrichment, and food for these animals to try and ensure that they live as comfortably as they can while in the zoo's care. My personal opinion on the matter is that zoos should not be supported. No enclosure in a zoo can ever be big enough or emulate an animal's natural habitat well enough. And if you have to rip families apart to bring them to a place where they will be used as a prop for the rest of their lives, it is simply not worth it. Credit to www.thetreehugger.com for my sites.
That was very good. That was actually very good. One thing though, where is your evidence that they are treated unfairly?
Oh, ma'am, sorry, I forgot about doing that.
No problem. So let me go against you now. So my argument is for against the ban of zoos. I think that zoos should not be banned as they provide an educational form for children to learn about natural science and about the wild. And while I do agree with Savannah that zoos sometimes do treat animals unfairly and they do bring in revenues for zoos, they are also a safe haven for animals being poached in the wild. A very good example of this is the Perovsky horse. In 1945, the Perovsky horse is native to Mongolia and was jotted down in history as there were only 66 left in the wild. And by 1966, they took in 66 horses. By 1966, all the horses that they have left died. So had the zoo not taken in the horses, this specific breed of horse would be dead, would be very extinct. So I think while you are right that the inhumane treatment of animals does exist, and this does bring in revenue for zoos, it does also give educational form, and it does also boost the economy, and it also provides a safe haven for endangered animals. And the people working at these zoos are trained, well informed, and study for a memorable amount of time to be zookeepers. And this I can back up with facts from about 3 different universities. And before they even get their degree, they need to run a 3-year residency programs to become veterinarians. So as a result of all this information, I stand that zoos should not be banned. And that is where I am with that. So how do you think I did, Savannah?
Very good.
Very good.
I'll try and remember to include evidence next time.
That's great. So as much as your argument was very good and very well structured, your opponent will most likely always ask you, where's your evidence? Can you prove what you're saying? And that is how people who are supposed to be in jail walk free, because there's just no evidence to back their forms. Okay, so let me see. There was one more thing in Savannah's about writing a good. Okay, Savannah, you are going to have one more try at writing a good argument, but this time I will pick your topic, and you will have to upload it on Google Classroom for me to review. And then I will also just review Daniel and Ngueli's, and then we can move on to choosing books for you. I am slightly struggling to find a book for you, Savannah, as there are many documentary books, but not many that are book review worthy. So let me just see. Where is that? Phrases, formal techniques. Okay, Savannah, I think I have found a good one. Should boarding schools only be selected to female and male, or should they be mixed? So you can be against boarding schools being mixed, and I will be for. So it doesn't have to be a very long argument or a very long thing. In your Google Classroom, I did upload a checklist for you, so you can just check that every time you write down, and then I will review it later and see, have we improved in our argumentative skills? Okay, Daniel and Inkweli, how are we doing? How is it going?
I'm doing all right.
Doing all right. Do you need help with anything? Let me see. Where did I
No.
place this? Okay, let's see. Okay, Daniel, your interest is cars. If I do not find a book, I am going to choose either a movie or an audio for you to review. That's if I don't find a book. In Gweli, your topic is video games. So what you will do for me is you will review, let's say, Fortnite. You'll tell me why you like it, why it was created, your review on all the characters. You'll pick your favorite character and tell me why you like that character and how far you've gotten in the game. And then, last but not least, Savannah. 1 second. Savannah, I hope you don't mind, but I will be would you like an audio or a film, or are you fine with a book?
I'm fine with the book, ma'am.
Oh, great stuff. Great stuff. Okay. Let me just get the book that I thought was mine. While Ingwili and Daniel work on there. Let's see. I still screen share. Let's see. Mm. Mm. It's actually a really good one that I found. What's it? Yeah. There we go. See if I can download it for you. Mm. No, wonderful. I found it. Let me just see if you've read this one before. Let me see if I can show it to you. Share screen. Savannah, have you read this book before? No, okay. Great stuff. Okay, Daniel and Ingwili, when you're done, you can scan your activities and upload them. And then Ingwili, you can start writing your review as to why you like Fortnite, or why Fortnite is a good game and why the characters are good. Do you have a favorite character in Fortnite?
Yeah, I do, but I don't own it.
You don't own it. Why not?
It's too rare.
Oh, is that how it works? So you get rare items. You have to find rare items.
No, it's like, let's say there's a rare item in the item shop,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't have V-Bucks, so I can't get it.
I see. And what's this character's name?
It's a Renegade Raider.
Renegade Raider. Okay. Then in your review, you can write down why Renegade Raider is actually very nice to have. 1 second. convert. PDF. Oh, there we go. And then Daniel. There is a movie I can think of, but I'm not sure. I don't think the
Oh,
movie would
maybe
be.
Fast and Furious.
You see, Fast and Furious is a good point, but then again, I'm not sure if Daniel is allowed to watch Fast and Furious. Because I was thinking of a book, not a book, it was a movie, Ford. Wait, actually, before I start that, Daniel, what is your favorite car model?
I like Ford, the Ford Must.
Ah, so you see there is a movie about Ford, specifically about Ford. Have you watched it before?
No, I heard one.
You see, now I'm not sure if you can. I'll try and find if there's a book about it, about Ford, and then maybe you can read it because I'm not completely sure if you're allowed to watch the movie about Ford. But it was a very interesting movie. It was about how Ford beat Ferrari in the 60s, I think. I think it was the 60s, I'm not sure. Yeah, about how a Ford car beat Ferrari in the races.
You know, there's a Ford car that costs like $1.4 million.
So much. I could buy like one decent house with that amount. One decent house. Okay, Savannah, I did download your book for you. Let me just send it to you in the chat. Then you can download it. File. Nonsense. Okay, it is giving me the hardest time. Let me try to upload it instead. Balanced arguments. Okay, here we go. Okay, Savannah, yours is up on Google. Oh, Savannah is not here anymore. When she comes back, I'll let her know that her thing is back there. Okay, so then the only one left is Daniel. I will try to find a book or movie before the day ends. Do you have a favorite movie, Daniel?
No, not really.
Not really. Let's see. I don't want to give you a very boring book that's boring to read. But I also want to give you an appropriate movie. Fast and the Furious might not be appropriate, neither would Ford. But I don't want to give you a childhood movie. Have you seen Cars before?
You mean the movie?
Yes, the movie Cars.
Yes.
Do you think you would like a new movie? Or you would like to write a review on that movie?
I'll write a review on that.
On that movie. Okay, so when you do write the review, you can focus on the story, or you can focus on the car models that everybody is. So what's the one car's name that's Lightning's best friend, but he's kind of an old car?
Night.
Mater. Is Mater a Ford? Mater's Ford, right?
I think so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mater was Ford. So then you can write out what each model or each character, which model they were. That would be very interesting. So this is, I don't know what happened to Savannah. She's gone. This is the book review you can keep doing until Thursday. Thursday we'll revisit English and go over it again. Okay, so let me know if you guys are done. Okay, she's having internet issues. Let me know if you guys are done with your activities, and then we can go through them again. Up until which question have you gotten, Daniel? Which number are you at currently?
C. Providing your own example of each figure of speech.
Ah, great. Let me see. Writing your own.
Ma'am?
Yes, Ingweli. I'm all ears. Yes, Ingweli? I can't hear you.
Fortnite is famous.
Fortnite is famous.
Yeah, content creators play the game.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's great. So you can write a review as to why it's famous and why content creators write a game. I actually saw a video about Fortnite. Well, it wasn't really about Fortnite. It was more about the Black Panther, that they put his character in the game, so everybody was saluting him in the game. That's what I saw about Fortnite.
Okay.
Let me see. 1 second. Let me see. Which one? Did I overlook? Daniel, which number did you say you were at?
I'm on C.
C. Let me see if I can find it. And under which question is that? Was that question 1, 2, 3, or 5?
Provide your own figures of speech.
See. Yeah, I see. I have found it. Okay, and how have you gotten a simile? Have you gotten a simile? Were you able to provide a simile there? Hmm? And Ingweli, can you give me a simile? Maybe we can assist Daniel in finding one. Can you give me a simile? Remember, before you go on, a simile, one more time, is compares two things by using the word like and as. Yes, Daniel.
I swim like a fish.
Very good, very good. That is a simile. I swim like a fish. So the word like is there, making it a simile. And how about you, Ingweli? Can we think of a simile? For an example, you can say, what's that character's name that you like in Fortnite?
Renegade Raider.
Renica?
Renegade Raider.
Renegade Raider. Great. So for a simile, you can say, I'm as strong as Renegade Raider. So because as is there, that becomes a simile. I'm as strong as Renegade Raider. I don't really know how Renegade Raider is or what he does, so I can't really think of any more similes for him. Ingweli, can you think of any more similes for him?
He is maybe like she is strong.
You can say Renegade Raider is as strong as. What do we think? What can we think of that strong as an ox or a rhino? So Renegade Raider is as strong as an ox or is like. What can we say? What is he like? I don't really know what he's in. What is he like, Ingweli? I don't really know what he's like.
It's like a character.
But how is his character? Is he quick? Is he popular? Is he, or we can say
It's popular.
Popular. So we can say Renegade Raider is as rare as diamonds. Since Ingwili told us he's a very rare character, we can say he's as rare as diamonds. So let's see which one was next. A metaphor. Can we think of a metaphor? A good metaphor. A good metaphor. Can we think of a good metaphor? Let's see. You guys remember Sid the Sloth from Ice Age? Have you watched Ice Age before?
Yes.
Okay, and then in Ice Age 2, they're walking through like a valley before. Okay, just 1 second, let me admit Savannah. They're walking through the valley where the vultures are. And Sid says, "Can we slow down a bit? I'm dying here." Is that a metaphor or not? Was he actually dying? Or was he just exaggerating? So do we think that's a metaphor? He was exaggerating. So is it a metaphor or is it a hyperbole? Remember, a hyperbole is an exaggeration of something.
Purple.
Yes, he was exaggerating by saying, "Can we slow down? I'm dying here." Ah, Savannah is back. Savannah, I have uploaded your book onto Google Docs. Please see if you are able to download it.
Okay, ma'am.
Actually, come to think about it. So we are still thinking of metaphors to give to Daniel. Just 1 second, let me just see what I got. Savannah was appropriate. Hey, Savannah, you can read through the 2 first pages after you've gone through all the descriptions and whatnot. And then you can tell me if that's the book that you'd like or if I should reswitch it to something else. We have options in this class. Be not afraid. Okay, back to Finding Daniel, a metaphor. A metaphor, a metaphor. We can use our good friend Google to find metaphors. We can use our good friend Google to find a metaphor. Let me see if I can confuse you a little, just a little bit. How about Daniel and Ingweli? The internet, the sentence, the internet is up. Is this a metaphor or not? The internet is up. We can think if that one is a metaphor.
A metaphor.
Yes, that is true because the internet is in fact not up. It wouldn't be exactly up. Just 1 second, let me try and fix my thing. One second. Okay, one more. Custard is a bowl of happiness. Is this a metaphor or not? Custard is what do you call what do we call custard in South Africa again? I haven't eaten custard in such a long time. Ultramil. Ultramil is a bowl of happiness. Is this a metaphor or not? Ngweli, can you put happiness in a bowl? Can you put happiness in a bowl? You can? How? Tell me how. How do you put happiness in a bowl?
Let's say you're making Cheerios
Mm.
and then you put like a heart in the middle of the cereal.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh, did you think I said hot?
Yeah.
Happiness. Happy, but you're right. Happiness can be in a bowl, but in the form of cereal. So that is also a metaphor. But happiness, custard is happiness in a bowl, is in fact a metaphor. Let's say what was next for Daniel? What was next on that worksheet? Honey, there we go. Let's think of a hyperbole. Remember, a hyperbole is an extreme exaggeration, an obvious extreme exaggeration of something. And you think of a hyperbole, Ingweli? Think of something that's obviously exaggerated.
Mm. Hmm.
Like, what character in Fortnite don't you like, but everybody seems to like that character, but you don't like it?
Mm. I don't like every skin, but I don't like a lot of sweaty skins.
Sweaty skits. Okay, let's see if we can think of the Fortnite game as a whole. Let's see. Da, 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 da. Hmm. How about if I said Fortnite is the only game worth playing? Is this a hyperbole or not? Fortnite is the only game worth playing. Is this a hyperbole or not? Remember, a hyperbole is an exaggeration to make a point. So if I obviously like Fortnite and I go, Fortnite is the best. It is clearly the only game worth playing.
I would say for some people.
Hmm. So, but this does count as a hyperbole because I am extremely exaggerating. Because in the end of the day, some people will like it, some people won't like it. So therefore, I'm exaggerating that Fortnite is the best. Daniel, can you think of a hyperbole? While we get back to Daniel, Savannah, can I ask you a quick question?
Yes, ma'am.
You are the first person I've ever come across that is into and I forgot the word. Me and that word. What made you interested in this study?
Ma'am, I used to want to be an
Are you
entomologist
breaking?
when I was younger.
Oh, just 1 second. Yes, Daniel? Daniel, did you say something? I think Daniel's internet is stuck. This is not moving. As you were saying, Samantha?
Ma'am, I used to want to be an entomologist, and I've had a couple pet insects.
Oh, and which insects have you had?
I used to have a jumping spider.
My, I have the worst. I have the worst fear of spiders. My arachnophobia just would not. But isn't jumping spiders that small one? Like that is
Yes, ma'am.
highly small. That's okay.
It's
As long as
gonna
it's
creep
that
up on
small.
you.
That's okay. But I think I saw a documentary about them. They're not harmful. They stay that small. As long as it's
Yes,
not the
ma'am.
big one, it's fine. And your family was just fine with said spider?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, because I just brought it in from outside and made it a little like thing to stay in.
Mhm.
So they were
And then
fine with it as long as it stayed in my room.
stayed. And for how long? Do you still have it? Or for how long did you have that?
No, ma'am. That was quite a while ago when I was quite a bit
while.
younger. They don't live for particularly long.
But I see. So do you have interest in getting like a big one?
Ma'am, I used to want a particular type of tarantula that looks kind of, it's depending on like how the light shines on it. It goes like very shiny and nice and like purple and blue. So I used to want one
Oh,
of those, but my friend that I stay with quite often has a cat, so I don't think that would work out very well.
oh. And is your interest mostly in the arachnid species or in everything?
Dude.
Ma'am, I also like beetles quite a bit.
Beetles.
Oh, that would actually be a really good study since there is so many of them and not many people know of them. That would actually be a really good study. You're the first person I've met that is into insects. You learn something new every day. And then back to Daniel. Daniel, what made you interested in cars?
He's still frozen.
He's unfrozen. He's just I can't hear him.
I think he's lagging.
No, yeah, he is lagging. So I'm not sure if he can hear me.
I
or not.
like cars, and some of them are
Because some of them.
He said because some of
Yeah.
them are fast.
some of them are
Ah.
fast.
Oh, okay. So your interest is only in fast cars. So like Fast and the Furious cars.
Yes.
Oh, okay, interesting. And then Gweli, how did you get into video gaming? How did you get into gaming? Who bought you your first video game?
My cousin,
Hmm?
he like he introduced to me.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh, so did he introduce you to Fortnite or what was the first game you played?
He introduced me to Fortnite.
Nice. So you've only stayed on Fortnite. You haven't played anything else.
I have.
So what's your second favorite game?
It's like Forza Horizon 5.
Okay, is this on PlayStation or online? How do you play this
It's
one?
it's on Xbox and
Oh,
PC.
PC. Okay, okay. 1 second, let me just see. Introduction.
But I can't play it
Why can't you play it?
because my brother took up all of the space.
No, you can't delete any of his things.
Yeah.
I remember doing that with my sisters. But then again, I would delete everything and then face the consequences later. We'll get back to that. Savannah, how are you finding that book? Should I reevaluate?
No, ma'am, I think it's good.
Okay. Second. 1 second. Okay, and then just in case, so that it doesn't seem I'm stripping all of you of your personal interests and likes, I will share one of mine. I am an extreme book fan. I read more books than I read more books than I go outside. I read more books than I drink water. I read, but the only catch with me is I don't particularly like memoirs or autobiographies. I find them extremely boring. The only self-help book that I do find interesting is The Boy, the Mole, the Fox, and the Horse. We will look into that because they did make a short movie that is very interesting and very reflective. So that's a little tidbit on me so that it doesn't seem like I'm stripping you of all your interests. Let me see where we are. Okay, let me do this with Ingweli. Ingweli. 1 second,
Yeah.
let me just share my screen with you, then you and I can go through this one. This one. Okay, here. Where it says she danced like she was floating on air. Is that a simile? That's a simile. In fact, that is a simile. But how would you change this simile into a metaphor? How would you change it into a metaphor?
Like she's dancing so good.
That's good. That's good. That was a great try. But we'll take all the words from the simile. So maybe we can change it to she danced on air. She danced so well. She danced on air. Just 1 second. Let me try and fix something. Just 1 second. I also have to see if I placed. Wow, I haven't placed it there. But that's okay. Actually, put a pause on that. I forgot to include your reviews, your book review guide. But since Ingweli is reviewing a video game and I have to find one for Daniel, Savannah's the only one that'll probably need it. Why must you fail me? Why must you fail me so often?
Wait, does anyone have siblings here?
Well, that's actually a very good question, Gweli. Do you have siblings? You have a brother, obviously, that we heard of. Do you only have that brother?
I have a sister.
A sister.
Yeah.
And are you and your brother the same, or are you and your sister the same?
I'm not sure yet.
You're not sure? Are you and your
Yeah.
brother alike? Are you like your brother?
Kind of.
Kind of. So then, I know I'm integrating it into the lesson, but then you and your brother are like 2 peas in a pod. And how about you, Daniel? Do you have siblings? Trying to find. Okay, in a couple of minutes, we can take our second break. I know my breaks are a little bit spread out more and it's not as often. Does this bother you guys or?
No, I'm good.
Okay, as long as you're good. Savannah's good. Daniel, are you good? Are you good that the breaks are not as often? I don't think Daniel's hearing me at the moment. That's okay.
Yes.
Okay, great stuff. I don't want to make you guys tired to not absorb.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Ma'am, I have a question for our next debate kind of thing.
Yes.
For evidence, does it have to be from somewhere else, or if you have experienced certain things, could you cite that as your own evidence?
It has to be from someone else. It has to be somewhere that I can look up and I can find as well. Because
Okay, ma'am.
if it's only yours, I wouldn't know if it's true or not.
Yes, ma'am.
See, I found a great book thing. And just to my luck, it is gone with the wind. Gone with the wind. Here it is. Ingweli, how often do you read books?
I don't read books that much.
Why not? Why don't you read books that much? You know, there's actually a lot of books on video gaming. Believe me, I would know. You should try it. You should go to a place called Reader's Warehouse. They give you guides, like guide to Fortnite, like how to get all the rare things. Have you read a book, Ingweli? What was the last book you read? What was the name of the last book you read?
It was like a Willy Wonka book.
Oh, Willy Wonka. Oh yeah, the Chocolate Factory guy. You mean Charlie and the Chocolate Factory?
Yeah.
Charlie and the Chocolate Factory is very nice. Did you know that they didn't make another movie of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, but they did make another book? The book's name is The Glass Elevator. Do you remember in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Willy Wonka had that glass elevator that could go everywhere? It could go sideways and up and down and slant that way. Yes.
I think a child went into it.
So in that book, The Glass Elevator, Charlie, who took over Willy Wonka's factory, Charlie and Willy Wonka got into the elevator and they pressed a button that took them to space. So it took Charlie, his family, and Willy Wonka to space. I'm not sure if they'll make that movie, but it's a very nice book to read. You should try reading it, Ngali. It will be very nice. Or have someone read it to you about the glass elevator. And then, Daniel, what is the last book you read? I'm not sure if Daniel can hear me.
You're breaking up.
What's the last book you read?
Right?
What's the last book
Are you breaking up?
Oh, I'm breaking
What?
up. Oh, I'm sorry. We're having technical issues.
Yes.
Can you hear now? No, Daniel's having issues. And then Savannah, can you remember the last book you read?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. The last book I read, it was quite a while ago, but it was The Hobbit.
Oh, wow. The Hobbit is very extensive. That's actually very nice. The book is most of the time very nice, more nice than the movie is. It was very good. I can't remember how many times I've read that book. But it does come in, doesn't it come in two books, two thick books, or was that Lord of the Rings?
Yes, ma'am. You can get it as the two separate books, or you could get the combined book.
The
Same for the
combined
Lord of
book.
the Rings.
Oh, great, actually. So would you say your favorite category in books is fantasy?
Yes, ma'am. Either fantasy or fact books.
Ah. That's a completely one line to the side or completely the other. Okay. Daniel, if you can hear me, are you almost done with your activity? Daniel's having issues. Okay, what's the time now? Okay, we can take a break and then come back at 11. That should give you guys enough time. And then when we do start, we are going to start with Savannah. I did say you were, did I say you were four, right? You were for the subject?
Ma'am, no, you said that I was against.
Against, okay. You were against. Let me just jot that down. I am for.
Ma'am, I would can I ask for tips on how to find evidence for certain things? Because it is quite hard to find things for your specific topic.
That's actually very good. Oh, Daniel says I'm breaking. Oh, there he goes. That's actually very good. Let me see if I can get you some tips on that, but it mainly centers around boarding schools. So it doesn't
Yes,
have to
ma'am.
be boarding schools in South Africa. It can be
Yes,
boarding
ma'am.
schools in general all over the world. So there are a lot of incidences. Let me see if I can find it for you. I'll send it to you in the chat or on WhatsApp.
Okay, ma'am.
1 second. Oh, sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can, Daniel. That's a lot better. That's actually a lot better. Great job. Can you hear me now? Am I still breaking up? Oh, he's frozen again. Frozen again. Okay, Savannah, for your research that you can do, you can either Google should boarding schools be mixed gender, because I did find a few, but I don't want to send them all at once. And then there is a website called I'll just send it to you, that gives you the advantages and disadvantages of having a mixed gendered boarding school.
Yes, ma'am.
1 second. Find it. Mhm. And then when you do research the things that are for why, like when you do try and find points to argue against why boarding schools should not be mixed, try to find points that are against all the articles. Like, I'm sure you've seen all the bad articles as to why boarding schools should not be mixed. So try and use that as base point, that even though that happened, being in a mixed gender school is one point, builds really good social skills. It builds really good, even though all of the problems that are presented, it does build really good social skills. So try and use all the things that I would use against you as all the things to build upon. Okay. Oh, okay. It is 11:30. We can take a break and then come back at 11. Come back at 12. And then we will have our debate. Ingweli and Daniel, I will see how far you have gotten in your activities, and then we can also break down what we will be doing for your book review, guys. Okay, I will see you back at. Let me see if
I
I actually.
posted mine.
You posted yours already. Genius. Genius. Let me see. That is for Savannah. You can check the chat there. That is for Savannah in the chat. Okay. Okay, and then really when we come back, we can focus on your fortnight review and how you will write your fortnight review. I've already forgotten your favorite character's name. Raider, something Raider.
It's called a Renegade Raid.
Renegade Raider. Maybe if I play the game more, I'll understand it more. But you can come back at 12. I'll see you then. Hey, welcome back, Savannah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Waiting for Daniel and Willie to join, and we can go. Welcome back, Daniel. See if Ngweli will arise to the occasion. Hey, while we wait for Ngweli to come, Savannah, have you gathered all your points?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you like me to go first, or would you like to go first?
Ma'am, could you go first this time?
Okay, let's see. So the argument today is whether or whether not boarding schools should be mixed or separated. I feel that boarding schools should be mixed because it's so old-fashioned to have separated classes. And after all, we are in the 21st century. And even back in the olden days, the world's oldest institution was founded for co-educational experience is a Dollar Academy in Scotland, and it has about 1,250 students. And I mean, even if schools don't feel like mixing students is a great idea, we're gonna work together anyway. So I think that we should mix the boarding schools in any way. I mean, what difference does it make? But that is what I think and what I feel. And many students who are my age or who are my level probably think and feel that way too. So in my conclusion, I think it's better for schools to be mixed. Okay, that's where I'll end it. So Savannah, what can you pull from my argument?
Ma'am, do you mean like what information I gathered from it?
No, how can you break it down? How can you make
Oh,
me feel that that was in fact not a balanced argument?
Ma'am, I don't think that there were many points about the actual education that goes on in the schools, like any like facts about how the students learn or anything, or how it like affects them, or any negative things that have happened in co-ed boarding schools.
Very good. So I hope you noticed that I purposely made that kind of bad
Yes.
to show how an unbalanced argument is a failing argument. So
Yes,
by
ma'am.
saying, I think, I feel, these are my opinions, these are not actual facts. So anybody could destroy me if I just say I think and I feel without presenting actual facts. The only fact that I did present was that there was a school in Scotland that is co-educational and did have both genders within the school. That is about the only educational fact that I did bring up to you and that
Yes,
I can
ma'am.
prove does exist. So now I will, but very good on your checklist, checking if I had an intro, if I had facts, if it was well written, which it wasn't even well presented. And that is how debate teams lose. So now we will dive into, hello Ngweli, sorry I didn't even see you come back there. Hello. So now we will dive into your argument. Lay it down.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Most boarding schools segregate the houses into male and female houses, and I would like to bring forth some points that support and go against this decision. Many boarding schools, if they are not already single-gender schools, have separate boarding houses for male and female students. One of the reasons for this is because many boarding schools only open their houses to high school students, and we must be honest, teenagers will be teenagers. This is a smart decision to prevent unnecessary accidents going as far as underage pregnancy and drama that will distract students from their work and studies. However, this can also happen in single-gender boarding houses without the risk of pregnancy, of course. Single-gender schools also somewhat shelter their children, particularly girls, and this can make them awkward when interacting with the other gender. This is why mixed-gender schools are great when it comes to socializing students, because in the work world, there are no positions where it is strictly one gender, and they will find it easier to adapt. While this can be true, many people also find it easier interacting with the same gender without a fear of discrimination or judgment. It has also been proven that all girls' schools have higher academic performances, and all boys' schools have lower rates of behavioral issues and have students that take more chances because they are not afraid of humiliating themselves in front of the other sex. This point can be opposed by the fact that mixed-gender schools could help everyone stay on the same learning level. The last point stated that girls tend to excel at single-gender schools while boys stay the same. So wouldn't it be better for everyone to learn with the same material and at the same speed, and encourage everyone to be equal on their learning standards? ConnectUsFund.org states that ConnectUsFund.org states that even when everyone in co-ed schools are given the same work, boys tend to populate the lower end of the academic spectrum. This may again link back to the fact that boys may take less risks and ask less questions in fear of embarrassment in front of girls, as there is a culture around them encouraging them to seem cool and less vulnerable in front of women. So even when encouraging everyone to be equal, it just doesn't work out. In my personal experience, I found an all-girl boarding school to be much more catered to me, less distracting, and a more open environment where you can talk to people more freely about gender-specific things and have them understand you, compared to my time at a co-ed school, where certain teachers show obvious preferences towards certain genders, girls may be subject to crude treatment and remarks by male students, and there is an obvious learning gap. This concludes why I am for single-gender boarding schools.
Okay, I'm going to give you a round of applause because that was very well presented. No lie, that was actually very well presented. You opened the paragraph very well. You laid down your argument. You gave your opposite views for and against. You supported your evidence. You've written it very well, and it was very formal and technical, and you did write it in third person right until the very end. Okay, so you did pick up on a balanced argument. And I like what you put in there about teenage pregnancies. These are very facts that a lot of people know. So, and how male testosterone can get in the way when they are in a co-ed school. So this is well researched. So you hands down did win that argument. So now we know that when presenting a balanced argument, it is very important for us to gather evidence for both sides, because we both know that your opposing side will make sure that they can say, well, what of this and what of that? Because in your argument, my point would have been to you, but don't girls bully each other in boarding schools, in single-sex boarding schools? Isn't the bullying rate a lot higher? What would you think to that? Do you think it's a lot higher in boarding school for girls?
Ma'am, I actually don't, because before online school, I was in a all-girl boarding school for now 3 years, and I've never been bullied once. I don't have a friend that's been bullied in that school at all. But when I was in my co-ed school, I got bullied by boys. So
Oh, I see. That's a good point. And even when presented with the subject of wouldn't someone get bullied more in a single-sex school, that could still not be a factual argument, because you don't know everybody. You're not friends with everybody. You don't know everybody's life. So even if I presented that question, it's not like I can defend it if it was turned around. So gathering evidence for both sides is very important. Laying it out formally and well written was very well. So I think you walk away with a nice foundation of what a balanced argument is. So let me see, Ingweli and Daniel, have you guys finished your worksheets? Or
I'm
your
not finding it.
Okay, so Now, since we are at the last stretch of our school, I can share my screen with you and we can move on to your book reviews that I will want on Thursday. And I'm not just saying that, I actually will want it on Thursday. Let me just get to it. I know it sounds boring, but it's not that boring. Give reading a chance. Give reading a chance. Give it an honest chance. There we go. There we go. So Ingweli will be reviewing. You won't be reviewing it. You won't be reviewing a book. You will be reviewing a game, but you will treat it as you are reviewing a book while you eat your peanut butter there. And then Daniel will be reviewing the movie Cars. And you will learn how to review that. And then Savannah, you will be reviewing Rebugging the World. I actually think that's a very interesting book. I read the first to second pages. I think I should skim through it. Okay. Your warm-up questions for your book review. How often do you read books? So I have now figured out that all three of you are not often readers, but aspire to be often readers. And then I asked you, what was the last book you read? Do you read books in English or in any other language? Or is it mainly English? Anybody? Anybody out there?
In English.
English. Ingweli reads in English, Savannah.
Ma'am, also English.
And then Daniel?
In English.
In English. Do you guys have any interest in reading books in another language? No interest?
Ma'am, I have a little bit of interest, but I need to get better at the language first.
Which language would that be?
Ma'am, French.
French. And I think, but all my French has left me now. I know like a basic level of French, all my French has left me. You know that moment when somebody asks you a topic and then all your knowledge on that topic just disappears from your mind. But yes, one of the greatest ways to learn a language is through reading. So I myself am learning a few languages, and I've found that the fastest way to pick up on a language is actually reading. So it creates a memory bank in your mind for when you see a word, you instantly remember what it is. So let's see. Do you prefer the traditional books or to use ebooks? What do we prefer? Ebooks or traditional books?
Probably ebooks.
Ingweli says ebooks, Savannah.
Ma'am, I prefer traditional books.
Traditional books, a girl after mine own heart. And then Daniel,
A traditional book.
traditional books. It's just a lot better to read a traditional book. It's something better to have in your hand than when you swipe on a computer or a tablet. I get so quickly distracted by messages or work or something of the sort, and then I never really.
You can put it like on silent mode.
That is true. That is true, Ingrid. I can put it on silent mode, but then what if something important happens? What if someone needs me very urgently, and then it's on silent mode? So there is one problem that presents itself. Guys, do libraries still exist where you live?
Yeah. The reason why I choose ebooks is because when you go to a library, like
Yes.
a lot of people has been holding your books and you don't know if they have washed their hands. If they have washed their hands.
That's a very good point, really, very good point. So we are aware of germs in our life, especially with COVID and all. So we are aware of germs, but then again, you could pick up germs anywhere. You could pick up germs from your own door handle. So the main key is just to wash your hands and to sanitize. Do you guys have libraries where you stay? Like public libraries? Savannah has libraries. Daniel, do you have a library close to where you stay?
I don't know.
You don't know? Back in the day when I was a lot younger, libraries used to be a very popular thing, but they dwindled out as years went along. Oh, there's a very bright light. they just dwindled out as we went along, and I don't know anymore. I don't even know where to find a library now. I only know where to find the bookstore. That is all. And Savannah, what is your favorite book? It doesn't have to be a recent one, just a favorite.
Ma'am, I think that my favorite book is actually a graphic novel that I read a while back.
Mm-hmm. Which graphic novel was this?
Ma'am, it's a volleyball one called Haikyuu.
Oh my goodness. I feel like Savannah and I are in a lot of aspects the same as Haikyuu is my favorite manga. It is my favorite anime. It is just what I am hooked up. So that was actually very good. And then Daniel, do you have a favorite book? Could be any book.
Not. Mhm.
No, you don't have a favorite. Okay, so
No.
our mission in our English will be to get Daniel a favorite book. And then Ingweli, do you have a favorite book?
Natural Geographic book.
Hmm? A National Geographic book. Okay, great stuff, great stuff. National Geographic books are everywhere, and watching their shows are very interesting.
So also like a diary.
A diary, like where you write in the diary, or where
Like-
where you read a diary.
Like this one.
What does that say? Dictionary.
Oh yeah, a dictionary.
A
Because
dictionary.
you can find some weird stuff in it.
Yes, that's true. A dictionary. I thought you meant diary. Okay, let's see. Okay, this is work with a partner, so we don't have to do this because we are all in our own places. So about our book review or our fortnight review and our movie review, we would start it out by, of course, writing the title and then a couple of sentences describing what happens in the book. But since yours is more of a informational book, Savannah, you can jot down the author's name and what their main focus was about the book. You can do a little more research and find out why they wrote this book, as to why they came to the conclusion of writing this book. And find aspects or find things that you like about it and then things that you don't like about it. When you do write things that you don't like about it, be specific as to why you find it discomforting or why you feel like they could have done it better, and suggest a way that they could have done it better or wrote it better. And if you were in their shoes, what you would have done. So for Daniel, obviously, you will be writing a couple of sentences as to what happens in the movie Cars. You'll be describing how you would have written it instead of them and what you like and what you don't like. And then lastly, in Gweli, you will describe in Fortnite what you like and what you don't like. And if you were designing the game in Gweli, what would you make better? What would you add and improve in that game? Okay, list all your favorite. When it comes to listing all your favorite books, since you guys have not read as many books, try to find a similar book. So Savannah, you will try to find one that is similar, not only in aspects of insects, but in how they wrote it, the literature aspect. So how she had her grammar or how she explained her experiences or how she described it. A very similar book in that aspect from a different writer. It could be something completely opposite to that, but similar in aspects. And then when you are done with your book review, your movie review, and your, I don't know what happened to Ingweli, fortnight review, recommend me a book that I, in turn, will read. And oh, his Wi-Fi is loading. That I, in turn, will read and I will watch. And then for Ingweli, I will review his game. And then I will, in turn, give my review on said book that you guys suggest. So try to find out things about the author as well. Why they went into that book, why they went into that genre. Let's see, what else? Then your least favorite book. Do you guys have a least favorite book? Savannah, would you say there's a book that you absolutely just despised?
Ma'am, I'm really not a fan of Colleen Hoover books. I find them kind of weird.
Facts. Factual. I too don't like her books. I know that book came out. What was that? That pink one. I forgot the cover of that name. I hate that book. I absolutely I hate that book. I got like halfway through and I decided that this was garbage, so I didn't finish it. But okay, Daniel, do you have a movie that you absolutely don't like? Like you refuse to watch it every time it's on.
I don't hate any movie.
Okay, is there a movie that you dislike strongly? Or that you find boring?
Not.
No, wow, you find everything interesting. That's good.
Yeah.
So we have yet to find a movie that you dislike. And when writing your reviews about what you dislike and what you find uncomfortable, be sure to note down why. Personally, I don't like Colleen Hoover books because I feel as though this is not factual, this is just feelings. So don't quote me on this. I feel as though this is completely made up and would never happen in real life. It is the basic girl meets boy thing, and it's quite boring. That's how I feel about it. And when it comes to a movie, let me think of an easy movie that you probably have watched. Movie that I despise. I can't think of one right now because I've so long ago watched a movie. But there we go. Okay, this is actually a very interesting one. As Savannah, your book won't have many characters, but you can explain the setting. So I would imagine that they had a more of a National Geographic-like setting, or a test room kind setting, a research room kind setting, because when it comes to characters, it's not a fictional book, so there's nothing that you can write about it. The plot you can only explain a little bit because it is a factual book about why and how and for what the reason was. So for Daniel, this will be more for Daniel. You will explain the characters, so Lightning and Sally, all of those characters. You will explain what their mindset is like, how they think. Was Lightning arrogant? Was he humble? Was Mater funny, or was he static? Or was he strict? Let me say strict instead of static. And then you will explain the plot and the setting. The setting was quite nice as it was in America. And it was along that route, that famous travel along route, Route 66. It was along that route. So that would be a nice thing for Danny. 1 second. Okay, this we went over. Oh, there's no series in any of these, so that would be fine. Let's see. So this is probably something that you both can get involved in, and it is how the book makes you feel. Was it informational? Was it a waste of your time? How long did it take you to finish said book? Was the book predictable, or did it keep you guessing? Is there a favorite part in your book? Is there a favorite piece of information? Is there any particular part that was well written? So please make sure to jot that down. So I will be checking if any of that is written down in your book reviews. Remember, you guys I will send this PowerPoint to you so that you can come back for these points. But you guys have until Thursday to have your book reviews ready. No pressure, it's just tiny bit of pressure. No pressure, just tiny bit. That Thursday is around the corner. So please do have that. And then cliffhangers. Okay, Savannah, you won't have any cliffhangers because I don't think they have cliffhangers in factual books. And then characters not there, just well written. Let's see. Recommendations. Okay. When you are done and you have written your book review in full, and you have made up all your opinions about the book and the movie, do list down your recommendation for me and list down why you put this recommendation there. What do you feel I would learn from this book? How do you think it would improve my knowledge on said subject? So that would be, I think that would actually be a good thing. Just 1 second. My glasses is killing me. But now I can't see. Yes, so please list down your recommendations and then I would gladly follow, because sharing is caring in books. And then I, in turn, will suggest a book to you after that. You don't have to read it. I won't be judging that one. This is just one that I feel could brighten up your day and make it more better than it was. So that will be for Thursday, if I'm correct. So Daniel is, oh my Lord, how long has he been waiting? Just 1 second. I'm waiting for Ngweli to come in. Okay, since we are in our last stretch, please do tell me how you found today's class. Do inform me how your class was today. We'll go with Savannah first, since the class is always as silent as the grave.
Ma'am, I found it quite an interesting thing to do.
Hmm?
I found it quite fun. Yeah.
Do you think you would join debate club in the future if your future school has it?
Ma'am, I probably would if I were a bit better at public speaking.
I see. So public speaking is your enemy when it comes to debating. Well, debate teams do have different sectors. It's not always so. When it's in a group, only one person will go up to debate when the entire team has done the research. So maybe when you are working in the group, you can go for the research part. You can apply for the research part. That's good. So I hope today's lesson was a bit more challenging for you. I will try to improve it more and more to challenge you a little more. And then Daniel, how did you enjoy today's lesson?
It was a rat.
Was it all right? Do you think you learned something? Something you can use in real life?
Yes.
You guess? Are you not sure? You learn how to use metaphors and similes and
Yes.
oxymorons. I will be looking at your thingies that you upload later on. And then Gweli, are you there? Are you there? There he is. There he is. How did you find today's lesson?
It was good.
Was it good because we spoke about Fortnite, or was it good because it was English?
It's like we are we are introducing what we like and
Very,
sharing what we like.
yes, that was very good. So tomorrow I am going to try and have a lesson on 1 second, let me just, before I completely make a mistake. Give me 1 second. It was very interesting to learn about you learners today and to learn about what, yes, Ngweli.
Like when Savannah didn't have a camera, I thought you were her mom.
Why is that?
Because of the voice.
Because of the voice.
Yeah.
Do we sound the same?
Yeah.
No, I think really thinks we sound the same. Maybe we have a similar pitch voice. Okay, let me see. Okay, let's see. Tomorrow, we will be taking on geography. So this will be a new twist on geography. I will plan out something for Ingweli and for Daniel and for Savannah separately. And then we can just dive into everything. So I can give you a bit more insight for Danny and Ingweli. It will be more about fascinating places and ancient ruins. For Savannah, it will be about artifacts, ancient artifacts. So this would be a combination of geography and history. So when teaching history, I find South Africa's history a tad bit boring, but I will teach it nonetheless. But here we'll have a lesson about history as a whole. So I think you guys have done great today and learned well about the figures of speech. We will revisit them because figurative language is not just that for figures of speech. There is actually a whole bunch of things that need learning. But we will do that and we will come back tomorrow and do it all again. So I hope you guys weren't too bored or too tired and I didn't overwhelm you with information. So then I will see you guys tomorrow. So bye. Bye, Ingweli. Bye, Daniel. Bye, Savannah.
Right.
Ma'am, I want to show you my cool phone.
Let me see. Let me see.
It's this one.
Nice. When did you get that phone?
I don't remember.
Nice. Who gave you
Yeah.
that phone?
My mom.
Very, very nice. I'm going to buy me a phone like that when I have a lot of money. So when I can afford it, I will buy me a phone like that. But that is a very nice phone. You should be very proud of it and you should look after it. I know iPhones tend to break a lot. Actually, we could have a discussion about it when we are in technology, about whether having a phone at your age is a good thing. But that is a discussion for a different day. So bye, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. Do remember.
Bye-bye. Time
book
to
reviews.
review Fortnite.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, ma'am.
Bye.
Bye.